go. Ah.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, missed the message, Mayo. Champagne Mamba 8, it is great to see you again, by the way. How is everything? Hopefully you're doing good. Oh, you just reminded me. Sorry, I realized I didn't do my sit-up for the work. Let's see, let me start that. Oh, no, let's skip that. No, let's skip that. No, let's start that. Okay, cool. But no, thank you for the reminder. That actually works out. But yeah, no, essentially, to be perfectly honest, sorry, no, you can't see. To be perfectly honest, it's actually because I am currently working, like as in my physical job. So, oh, I should actually see the time. 1 second. What's the date today? 23rd. Is it? Yeah. So I've got about a good maybe 4 hours left in my actual working shift, unfortunately. And then once that's kind of done and out of the way, then I can kind of do the stuff I want to actually do. So to be honest, in maybe about 3 hours and a half, I'm actually planning to maybe unbox a lot of stuff. So there's a lot of cards, Pokemon cards, One Piece cards, all the stuff I want to just unbox to get it ready for some TikTok videos where I actually do the physical opening of cards and stuff in hopefully a unique and fun way. But yeah, no, not quite telework, but I'm actually an analyst. But you know, the benefit of that is, as an analyst, I'm actually able to work from home on occasion. So I'm gonna set it as Mondays and Fridays will be my work from home days. So this will allow me to kind of catch up with people during my working hours, at least on a Monday and Friday. So honestly, I've really missed people in a different time zone where it's really, really hard to reach. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I figure, why not two birds, one stone? I'm working hard, technically. Then at the same time, I get to catch up with a few people on stream as well, which is really nice. Yeah, no, 100. It feels weird that my face isn't on screen. Sorry. Yeah, no, 100%. And I think that's the main thing. And it's just, I'm glad that I can kind of sit Monday and Friday. So I'm going to do that moving forward. Previously, I was, to bluntly put it, they needed me on Mondays simply because I was kind of keeping things running, unfortunately. My team, unfortunately, was 3 members, now down to 1. So I'm doing 3 jobs for the price of 1. But yeah, no, essentially, I've kind of just snuck in Mondays and no one said anything, and I think I'm just gonna keep it going, to be honest. So I'm gonna set it in the schedule moving forward, and hopefully from maybe around close to this time, maybe 12:30 p.m. New Zealand time, to maybe 4 p.m. New Zealand time, I will work on being on stream while actually physically working. So that's my goal on Mondays and Fridays, at least at the very minimum. But that's true. I think driving it's an absolute pain. It's 30 minutes one way. I mean, it's not the worst. I know people deal with much worse, probably overseas and just in general. But you know, that's still an hour of my day. I wish I'd rather not have to spend money on the fuel. Yeah, just money and time, really. That's kind of lost over having to drive from location A to location B to do the same thing I could do at home. Let me get back to work a little bit, but don't worry, you can keep talking. I have my phone on the desk, so I can still reply. I just wanted to give you an official hello with face, because I felt like you deserved at least that much, of course, Champagne Mamba. Right, off the Pomodoro, what happens is once this countdown reaches from 21 to 0, you'll hear Final Fantasy music as my alarm. And then that will let me know that I can actually have a quick 5-minute break and genuinely chat, talk, and do the things I want to do with you guys on stream a little bit. But all good. I appreciate you coming around, Champagne Mamba. So that's a real big deal for me as well. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'll be over here, same place, so I can still chat. No worries. Okay, cool. But 100%, I need time also away from the working desk sometimes. Yo, yes, I did. So the Fire Red Leaf Green, I'm excited. I'm definitely gonna get it since I do have a Switch 2 as well. The only sad news is that unfortunately, you know, the Fire Red Leaf Green, they have those free Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle little orbs. I would love to have one of those, but those are Pokemon Center Japan exclusive only, which is unfortunate, but I'm still happy to get the port, because that means obviously with the addition of Fire Red and Leaf Green to Pokemon Home, guess what? That opens a lot for Pokemon players to bring Pokemon from A, B, C, D, or whatever, you know, throughout all the games. So that's really cool, actually. So I have a lot of Pokemon in Pokemon Home. My subscription's off, but from my understanding, you still get to keep them. So I've got my, you know, my shiny Charizard that I actually got from Fire Red Leaf Green way back when. And we had to do so many workarounds to get it onto, you know, via DS to 3DS to here. So it's cool that it is officially there, you know what I mean? That's crazy. That is actually crazy, but you know, I'm happy for you. Because that's true. I mean, there's something different about being able to play the actual game properly. And it genuinely feels like the first time with the Switch on the go, a much bigger screen, and it's just so much more enjoyable that way. And genuinely, I would be happy to kind of start that whole game again, just to have a good feel for the OG. You know, for me, I became the gamer that I am today because of Pokemon Red in the first place. That's why people call me Red. I can't figure out this work issue. Homework. Oh no, 100%. Well, good. You can do your homework. I can do my work, so it kind of works out. But really happy I, had a good chance to catch up. Yeah, good talking like always. But yeah, 100%. Until next time. And thank you for the lurk. Try Frozen. I think it's definitely gonna be a habit. I think for the first time in a very long time, I'm gonna set a schedule for myself. Hey, been a few years in the making now, but no, it's going good. Lots of curries. Unfortunately, people love me at work. I don't know why. But how's it going for you, man? It's so funny though. I mean, I know, not funny, unfortunate, but I will be going on holiday for about a good month, starting from March 14th. So it's kind of, I'm curious to see how the business will survive with my absence, but then also thinking how much more appreciative they would also be of my absence and presence. I slept in pretty late on mine. Oh, did you have a late night prior? Because wait, today for you right now is Sunday, right? Oh, evening. Hold on. Wait, hold up. You really overslept in that case. Just been pretty tired. Pretty tired week over. No, fair enough. Fair enough. I was about to say, whoa. But still, I think it's really nice to actually get those catch-up hours, and I think I'm learning to readjust my sleeping a little bit. For the prior 3 days, weekends I'm usually pretty terrible with it, but I've managed to get an average of 7.5 to 8 hours, which is probably the best I've actually done in a very long time. The 2 days prior was 6 to 7 hours, not great, but the 2 days prior to that was actually 8 hours per, so I'm doing pretty good somewhere, somehow. I'm starting to accept that I am a little bit older, and I should probably be looking after myself a little bit more. Unfortunately. So 1 hour tell you might as well I don't know, usually when I think evening in my head, right, I always think like it's 6-7 p.m. But sorry, that makes a little bit more sense. 4 p.m. not too bad. Black Rock Shooter and Starwood actually makes a lot of sense to me for some reason. I mean, obviously, I don't play Starwood, I'm not familiar with it, but it's like I can kind of see it there, right? That is true. I think for me, it was kind of wild to even see Black Rock Shooter and Punishing Gray Raven. I was like, dude, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was like 5-episode anime, but it was kind of really cool to watch, and I think it's so cool that they added in a collaboration, because I can't think of any Grand Summoners. I think Grand Summoners and Punishing Gray Raven are the only ones I actively know that did the collaboration with Black Rock Shooter, but obviously now we can add Starwood into the list. And sorry, what? Wait, hold on. I didn't realize they were free anime. I only know of Black Rock Shooter just in general, and that one was like 5 episodes, right? So, sorry, okay, my bad. So this is just me being misinformed. I genuinely was under the impression there was only one Black Rock Shooter and, you know, done deal, end of story. But the fact that there's more, I might need to look into that. Of course. And I'm assuming by adaptation to the original, I'm assuming that you mean adaptation to the manga, is that correct? That's two surprises for Black Rock Shooter today. I was unaware of this fact. Okay, third, Hatsune Miku as well. So was it kind of like a song that Hatsune Miku had done, and then essentially it was a song that kind of painted the story or something like that, right? Oh, geez. Okay, so that came last. Wow. It's funny, the things that you learn, right? The things that you learn. She is a variant of Hatsune Miku. Okay. Okay, that is something I should need to see. I'm interested. This is the original song that Can I take that link? Cool. Now I can take it. 17 years ago, dude. You know what? It's actually kind of obvious when you look at it now. You can really see the Hatsune Miku there, actually. Oh man. Well, yes, I have watched Recreators. I actually really enjoyed it. I think, obviously, this is probably only a small conversation, but I think we've actually talked about Recreators maybe just once before, and I was kind of just saying that I had an appreciation for that as an anime, as someone who's always wanted to create my own characters, my own story, my own whatever the case may be, right? 4 months ago. There's technically a reference to Hatsune Miku. Altair was so popular and have so many friends because of fandom. She became the strongest character. Okay. And I guess that was an intentional reference to Hatsune Miku. So she's not a genuine variant, but it's kind of a play on how Hatsune Miku is, whereas Altair had those variants and Hatsune Miku has those variants, correct? One of the Miku's most deadliest forms is also wired to him. It's actually it's funny. I love the fact that sometimes people draw inspirations from things, and I guess as a viewer yourself, you sometimes don't really sit down and think about it and realize how strong of a correlation one created character has to another, and that's a really interesting thing to see. Because yeah, I had no correlation of that in my mind at all. But then when you think about it, yes, I am subconsciously aware of how many variants that Hatsune Miku is, but not actively aware, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. Well, fair enough. I mean, you can draw inspiration and create an original character from that kind of full process, so, no harm, no foul in that sense, right? Reference to... I can kind of see that, actually, that reference with the mech pilot. Magical Girl, yup, absolutely. Final Fantasy music means I am done for the little 25-minute period. I did take a mini break, so I'm going to carry on a little bit to figure out some extra things. But I think I've come up to a solution of some sort. Okay, cool. So I think that is that. Yeah, break time. Ooh. Whoopsie. I don't know where to put anything. Okay, let's do that. Cool. I'm sorry. Oh, speaking of Final Fantasy, there we go. What host was reference to Fire Emblem? Yeah, I can definitely see the Fire Emblem reference. Female protagonist. She's supposed to be a reference to Final Fantasy. Wait, was supposed to be a reference to MMOs in general. See the correlation designs for the character. Yeah, and 100%. And I think it's a really cool thing to see that because yeah, absolutely, it's just allowing a lot of us who are fans of different genres, different characters, different anime, and so forth, and games, to be able to see them kind of all come together in one place. So I think conceptually, as an anime, it was a really smart choice. I think obviously dropping copyright aside, had we had the opportunity to see those genuine characters, like if it was actually Hatsune Miku, if it was actually the genuine characters themselves, Sailor Moon or whatever, that would have been really cool. But obviously, copyright. But essentially, yeah, and it is the Super Smash Brothers of anime. So, I mean, yeah, actually, that is a really good comparison. That's a real good comparison. Oh, I didn't post my post. Oopsie. Yeah, okay, 5-minute break. What can I do in these 5 minutes? Actually, there's a lot of video stuff. I haven't posted anything on my personal TikTok in quite some time, so I should probably do some of that. But on that aside, though, I think yeah, just as a highlight, I do want to see if I can open all the stuff that I bought from EB Games, which is the GameStop for those of you from different places in the world. Because EB Games closed down, there's a massive sale, 50% off, 75% off a lot of products. I got like 4 or 5 bags, spent more money than I had, that kind of deal. So brought myself back into Pokemon and One Piece cards. It was not good. But I'll be opening the packets and then getting them ready for TikTok videos of me actually doing the pulls on the actual cards. But I want to do it in a fun and unique way, essentially. So actually, my thought process, I'll share the thought process, was I was actually thinking of attaching it to the spin wheel. So I'll just use blue tack on the back of the card packs, put it on the spin wheel, spin it down, and we get to see it live in that sense of what I actually will be opening. So I figured that might be a fun thing to do. Yeah. RNG is always fun. Hey, Master Fujin. Oh, good morning from here. Good PM there. Oh, that's right. It is about 1 PM here, as you know, and probably I'm assuming it's about 11 AM for you there, actually. Oh, wait, for holiday or just like you're coming back? Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. It's just fair enough, fair enough. Oh, I mean, definitely belated. Oh, not belated. Welcome back in advance. Was it OB? Or has one episode recruited OB? Documentation team since right 8 episodes. They recruit IP again. Talk. Okay, I don't know where I came up with the number 5. Maybe that was from a different anime that I was thinking, but maybe I just watched the one OVA then. And I think I did just watch the one OVA actually. I think so. That kind of makes more sense. Huh. All free or bad. I guess in some ways it's like, as someone that doesn't keep up to date with the original things, be they the manga, the song, or whatever the case is, or the original adaptations, it's like I don't have anything to compare to. So it's like I don't know if it was worse compared to the original or not, that kind of deal. And I think that's a blessing in disguise sometimes. Actually, come to think of it, Master Fujin, there's been a decent amount of weddings in your case, right? You're self-inclusive. Sorry, just want to make sure my PC doesn't heat up, so I have to open the side of my computer and shoot a fan into there with wind, and yeah. Every year there's one. Oh no, my break's over. That was the quickest break ever. I'll tell you what, every year with a wedding or a big celebration or event is good news. That means everyone's living their life to the fullest, to the best, right? So that's a good thing, yeah? But then I guess travel and all that costs money too. So I thought I was gonna sneeze, but it kind of just disappeared. Yeah, I can see obviously the symbolism of stress and school and all that as well, so that was there. Huh. Well, I suppose I maybe watched it when I was young and I didn't think much of it. You know, I guess when you're younger, you just watch things and think, oh, cool. Whereas I think obviously, I don't know if this is something that everyone else has dealt with, but I feel like in age, it's not to say that I've grown a little bit more judgmental of things, but maybe I've grown a little bit more in tune with my values. I guess it's kind of like in the same sense, you want to surround yourself with the best people. You also want to surround yourself with only the best of content, the best of food. You know, life, I guess in the way when you kind of grow older, you realize life is too short to spend on things that don't really bring you joy to the maximum, right? I guess they were kind of going to sit on that theme no matter what, right? With the whole mental stress of schooling and all that, yeah? Okay, let me close things up again. Oopsie, I got something there. I gotta find a way to move this stuff better. Cool. Let's skip. Stop. I did it right for the first time. There we go. Well, I'll be here. I'll be on the phone, but I'll see you guys officially face to face in 25 minutes. Okay, mic is on. Cool. Sorry, phone call. Be right back. Ooh, sorry. Well, yo, sorry, BC guy. Great to see you, by the way. Hopefully you're doing good. Hello, hello. Wait, how is everything, BC guy? But no, sorry. I got caught into a phone conversation, so I just had to attend to that real quick. So what did you say, Triflosion? You can never have a win. That's unfortunate. It's kind of like it's an interesting IP that I know that people would love to kind of jump on board with, but it's kind of when it's butchered, not once, not twice, but 3 times. You know, it's really hard to kind of revive from that, which is a shame. There's a lot of IPs and stuff that I really wish can kind of push forward. I mean, Black Rock Shooter definitely sits on that list. There's just something about it that, you know, art-wise and style-wise, it's just, I felt like it could have been so much more in that sense. So it's unfortunate. You know, in the same vein or line of thought process, I don't know what happened with it, but I kind of feel the same way about Air Gear, for example. I really enjoyed the anime. I watched all 24 episodes in one day. I was excited to see season 2, and it just never happened. I enjoyed Air Gear. I don't know if there was a general populace that felt the same way, but between myself and my friends, we enjoyed that. We did, genuinely. Bottom. Well, that's one of the cases where I didn't realize adaptation of anime versus manga and if it failed or not to do it justice. I really hope that they're gonna do a better job of it and just like rehash it and do not a butcher of it like it was Black Rock Shooter, but like a remake of it. That would be awesome to see, to be honest. Because I think Air Gear was ahead of its time, and I think there's something so enjoyable about including the elements that they did with skating. You know, I was really amped to see how Kazu, as a character, you know, the speed one, the jet plane guy, pretty much, was going to evolve as a character. I think they called him Stealth, or I can't remember his tagline or whatever you call it, but that was cool. And I think for me, it was kind of like my first glimpse of a sporting anime, but not entirely sporting, if you know what I mean. That's true. I don't even know what studio could even pick it up to. Oh, as in what studio would pick it up is, I think, the bigger point in time, unfortunately. Well, I think that literal break, and then starting work again for the Pomodoro, was literally perfect because I literally just got a phone call minutes after. Funny that. I would love to see it though. I would truly. Correct one would be one of the Attack on Titan because the anime they were doing those camera angles almost a decade before Attack on Titan. Huh. 现在这种所以，yeah, I mean that's a shame. I mean Air Gear for me has always been a really memorable anime. I don't know why. That I just felt really in tune with it. Elements, speed, you know, just the rankings of like the Fire King stuff. It was cool. It was definitely going somewhere with it, and I never got to see that, and it was a bit of a shame in that sense, and I was quite sad about that actually. I remember watching the last episode, like, yeah, they built it up, they're ready for season 2. Nope. It was literally the end. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I mean, Solo Leveling was cool in its own rights and everything, but for me, Solo Leveling wasn't quite the amazing anime that it was hyped to be. I mean, definitely a good tier anime, absolutely. I would watch it, I was happy to watch it, I enjoyed it, but it doesn't stick as hard as other things. I mean, Attack on Titan stuck much harder. Even Jujutsu Kaisen or even Chainsaw Man sticks a bit harder for me than Solo Leveling in some ways. Why is Air so cool? I really enjoyed the anime opening theme. I think it was called Chain. It was enjoyable. I enjoyed the music, but yeah, I mean, obviously it doesn't look as intensive and all that. Yeah, no, you did. You definitely warned me. I think undoubtedly there's definitely anime in the world that's kind of like you have to see it, or it's just like those. It's how do you put it? It's like it's a must. it's like for me, I didn't enjoy the story of Demon Slayer, but it's a must. Solo Leveling it's a must. There's just something about it. I don't know why. Oh, you haven't? Okay, well, maybe it's not a must. I feel like it's a must in general, I guess. I think Demon Slayer started good, but then I kind of like, without spoiling too much, just in case you do watch it, it's kind of like, you know, when an anime, or not even an anime, when a show, movie, or whatever, they try to force you to feel a certain way about a character, a situation, or whatever the case may be, and that's kind of what it feels like they're forcing you to, I don't know, feel bad for someone, feel good for someone, trying to potentially paint a certain villain as a good guy, or whatever it is, right? And it just feels so forced, and it doesn't flow cohesively like other anime might. You know, even in One Piece, when certain characters turn from bad to good, I felt like I could follow the flow. Albeit, you know, the fact that obviously that It takes a while to get from point A to B in One Piece, but the thing is, I still feel for it. It's given me enough time to feel a certain way, and it's driven a story that can be followed, and isn't kind of like, um, this is a bad guy. Oh, something bad happened. That's why he's like this. Feel bad for him. You know? Illustration of the really jump story. I don't know, it's just Demon Slayer for me just hit the hardest in the sense of it's too forced. I mean, don't get me wrong, the animation, the battles, I love them. They were great. But obviously you know who they are funded by or what studio created those animations, right? I thought the Nikkei anime was in the mix. Because I remember that, was there an Epic, there was an Epic 7 anime in the mix, and if Epic 7 can make it, surely Nikkei can make it. I mean, we've seen the scenes in Nikkei develop from what they were to what they are now in terms of the cutscenes, and that's a whole new level, right? Shonen Jump property. It feels weird to call it property though. I mean, it is property, it is. But it just doesn't sound as fun. Well, that's true. I mean, the start's really captivating actually. But I don't know, I mean, other Shonen Jump seem to do better. I don't know, it's just really forced. And so for me, I really enjoyed Hero Academia, for example, right? That was okay to me. But the first part was captivating in Demon Slayer. I remember seeing, oh yeah, let's see how this develops. What a strong start. You know, it was just kind of just, it was kind of like it went like, I'm sorry, you can't see me. It was kind of like I went up, right, and then it just stabilized straight. If you had to put it on a graph. True. So it's kind of, you have to sell a really captivating start, and then even if it stabilizes at that point, it's already cemented its footprint in, I guess, the industry, right? Because we already passed the screening process. It's tough. I think, yeah, everyone kind of wants to make it out there in the anime world, I guess, in that industry. For those who have what they believe to be truly captivating stories, I guess. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, even I know I want to create a story. I'm passionate about it. I feel like it's good, but it's kind of like I'm not the judge of that. Everyone else is. The burnout. Yeah, I feel that. I can understand that. I don't perform in burnout. Well, who does, right? No one does. The falling flat part definitely applies. But actually, I need to keep up to date with Bleach because what the only place to watch Bleach right now is Disney, right? Was it Disney or was it Hulu that might have Bleach? Well, yeah, I know that the whole story between Bleach. Alright, I'll catch up on the main screen. Cool. So, cause yeah, I know the whole story on Bleach essentially was unfortunate, where you know the actual artist was so forced to create his worst content. He was burned out. I mean, they forced him to produce week after week non-stop, and obviously, you know, he couldn't. So eventually we saw a decline in the art style and everything, and yeah, that was sad to see. You know, the story obviously took a hit as well and all of that, and it's a shame because it wasn't his fault. Although some people obviously blamed him, but it's kind of like, but hey, Gotta look at the whole picture, right? Yeah, and that's the thing. It's such a shame to see such an amazing artist step away from it, and it's why that sometimes people have this fear, right, of making a passion a job. We want to do it. We want to turn our passion into a job, but you know. Sakura Wars. So I'm not actually familiar with that Sakura Wars. But that's true. I mean, it's kind of like when we expected Naruto at the end, and it's like, hey, Boruto. Oh, just as well they keep pushing it, right? This game. Alright, let's check it out. It's almost like you can kind of see similarities in the male characters. Because when you say he did it, do you mean like he kind of created these characters, drew up everything, and all of this? And one of the comments below, though, crazy. Just finished the game, and I just want to say that it's made me remember. It made me remember what it's like to really enjoy something. Whether it be an amazing story, a wonderful game, or just a couple of girls and guys that just seem so full of personality. I'd like to thank Sega and the Sakura Wars team for this. Really, thank you so much. This game is the ray of sunshine that I need right now. Well, it sounds like it was a positive project for him to jump back onto. Oh, well, okay, that's a load of difference, but I guess it is PS2 age. It's giving me kind of all the way back to like Rurouni Kenshin vibes, just a little. Oh yeah, oh, good to see you, Junoi. How is everything, buddy? Oh, actually, sorry, before I forget this, I gotta do these for these two fantastic people, by the way. So we gotta. Sorry, let me log into Twitch again. I hate it when it's. I gotta do it again. Hang on. The break can't be over already. Remember for 30 days. Verificator. Thank you. Sorry, let me do this again. So I want to do this with both of these people. So yeah, absolutely. Fantastic people. Would absolutely recommend to follow. Obviously, when you guys do get the chance, do 100% check them out. I think a few of you already are very aware of these people, but I still want to give them both that shout out and the love that they both deserve 100%. There we go. Dynasty Warriors. Actually, how was that? Wait a minute. Dynasty Warriors. That means you streamed kind of recently, right, Yuji Noya? No, it's all good. No worries, Drive Flows. Let me check this out. It was released in 1996. There's definitely a mode of difference. It's like you almost want to force yourself to see Ichigo with the character in the back, right? And almost it's like a mix of Orihime and Rukia with the character in the front, with the katana. It's like you want to see it, obviously. But yeah, no, the top panel absolutely is giving me Rurouni Kenshin vibes. I don't know, there's something about it. Oh yes. Wait, hold on. Does this mean you're back? Yuji Noya, the Shadow Archon is back in the Twitch streaming world. Is that correct? Oh, no, all good. 100%. You both deserve it. Absolutely. Damn, okay. I gotta get back to work. Let me set this up super quick. Yeah, I do need to figure out a way to do this faster. Okay, back to work. But yeah, just as a quick FYI, I am still here. I'm just gonna move over to the working desk, and essentially I'll just be chatting with the phone, so I can see the chat on the phone. No worries. But yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side. But no, sorry, mic is working. But yeah, 100%. Same thing for me, Yuji Noya. 100%. I've really missed streaming as much as I wanted to stream. And it's just as unfortunate. Work really does have a habit of getting in the way of, working to the same standard I wish I could for streaming, right? But hey, I'm happy to hear that you are making that return. So absolutely welcome back. Now for me, I just need to set a schedule. The tails up. Oh. When I look at the picture, I can kind of see what you mean. Tales of series. Okay, let me have another look. I can absolutely give the Tales of series vibe. I can see that. Yeah, I know. We were actually. I don't remember. I think you probably were there. I don't remember how much we dipped into, but I remember talking about how my favorite Tales of game from way back when was actually Tales of Fantasia, the one that kind of started it all. Essentially, as far as I'm aware, as far as I've been informed, but that was the very first for me, right? Tales of the World Radiant Mythology. I've never heard of that. Yeah, and it's really hard, Yuji, and I think we can kind of all empathize physically with the whole fact that all of us unfortunately have to work to keep afloat, to pay the bills, to pay the mortgage, to pay the rent, to put food on the table. But I guess I'm trying to find a middle ground here, at least on Mondays to Fridays at a time that might work for people in different time zones, where at least I can do I can still work. I'm still working at a good capacity because I'm a pretty fast typer and all that. But at the same time, I'm still being present for those around the world. So I'm thinking I might, moving forward, Mondays and Fridays, add it to my schedule where I might do a stream from say 12:30ish until 5 to 6ish. So that's probably my intention for now. I finish the stream at 4, then 4 to 5, I might do some of my own things, and if I'm behind cooking, cleaning, or exercising, then I hop off early. If not, I carry on a little bit more. I managed to do 1,500 skips for the day, so I did a little bit of exercise. That was good. But yeah, I do want to add that back to the schedule if possible. Keep leaving the drink all over the places.
すごい。
Yeah, no, I'm thinking what I'm going to do is after work, I do want to, because I went pretty crazy. I'm shopping at EB Games, so I want to see if I can open everything that I bought from EB Games, because I'm going to be doing some TikTok stuff where I'm going to be actually opening up the physical Pokemon cards, the One Piece cards, or just things in general. Oh, wait, sorry. This is one of the recent, not recent, but recent years. It's a gacha game, isn't it? Triflosen. Oh, my bad. What was that? Because I know there's a recent gacha game that had it all together. But, I know that one shut down as well, actually. And then another one came out. PSP game. Your favorite tales of opening. I'm gonna save that down in history. 5 years ago. Oh. That's kind of recent. That's cool, okay. No, I'll keep that in mind. It's my history now. Oops, I lost my chat. Love how I do that. Oh, I was about to say, because yeah, that seems like PSP era was a very long time ago. Sorry, that makes a lot more sense. That makes sense. Sorry, let me see this. That's a pretty big, that is a pretty big evolution, yes. But it's cool. I mean, you can see in the first image, it's kind of like they have a very basic, you know, half imagery, and then in this one they kind of let it take it away with like a very comic book feel, right? And it's like even having the subtle nature of Sakura coming through just means so much more because it's called Sakura Wars, right? I might actually do a quick refill because I'm actually a little bit low on water, so I'll be right back. Just going downstairs, coming back up. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. And I think seeing that come to fruition already in 2019 means so much more. And now being 2026, we can only hope for better. But then I guess it's kind of like, ooh. I know AI is starting to play a lot of parts in this right now as well, right? It's a wild card. I don't think it was anticipated, right? But it's like, even for myself, it's just, if I really wanted to do art, and I'm sure as most artists may have the difficulty, not everyone can just do it off the bat. It's kind of like, if I wanted to use it as a means of seeing how something could look, and then draw from that, I think that would be really useful, and that's like a real world application I would find with it, I guess. That's true. It doesn't really understand. I mean, AI doesn't really understand things. It's just taking what is the most well-known piece of knowledge in its large language model and just spitting it out, right? If you really think about it. But it's kind of like, if you give it proper good examples or instructions through, genuine prompt engineering, it can kind of get you an idea or something that you're looking for. Well, that's true. I think, let's just say for me, right? I mean, for example, I think I have the imagery in my head, but I have a difficulty actually as an artist drawing it out. And if I took the time to draw it, I probably could do so, but it'd take me weeks to a month. Just considering time scheduling and just general skills as an artist, that's probably died a lot over the years from just not really practicing. So it's kind of like, that's my personal situation where I'm finding it to be quite useful. Really drawing out the ideas that I need. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still want to get back into drawing one day, but it's kind of like, it has been really beneficial. Absolutely. I mean, even with the Tamagotchi, even with creating the website, even with helping me with the board game stuff, it has helped a lot. And I think what I'm using it for is to be that time-saving piece. True. So it's kind of like, if you can't draw, you can't realize what you're expecting from it. Yeah, no, I think that's a really good philosophy to put behind it, because yeah, to use AI, you first have to understand it a little bit. It's kind of like how being able to create a website has been somewhat possible for me because I also somewhat understand it. The actual coding behind it and these things, and it's just like, I'm not limited by just having it to do it all. If I wanted to come in and do something manually, I technically could. And plagiarism. Yeah, so that's always going to be a concern, a worry, absolutely, at the end of the day, yes. Yeah, and I guess some of these things can't be helped. It's kind of like, I've learned to grow with AI in recent times because it's been such a time saver, where I'm finding that for everything that I'm trying to do, I don't have the time for it. Whereas I know a lot of people, when they use AI and stuff, right, they use local models. So you can actually download a model and it's just local to yourself, and the things that you speak, the things that you do, it's just inherently just there for you. So it's built for yourself. So is that kind of what you're referring to there? I guess this is a good conversation piece. So, like, say for example, because I kind of want to understand it and make sure that I'm doing it right as well. But like, if I was to create my board game, right? If it helps me create the, long story short, I have summons or whatever you call it, creatures. If I use it to help me create creatures, but give it all the prompts, the facets and the features that I expect from the creatures to create something that seems relatively original, is that okay? Or am I kind of bordering more on plagiarism and I can't really do it? Because this would be good to know, because I'm not inherently understanding of the laws of AI as well. I'm a user, but yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely that gray line ambiguity, I guess. Well, I guess when you look at it, ChatGPT is open source, right? At the end of the day. So, does that mean I'm kind of bordering on the realms of plagiarism? Like, even the Tamagotchi right now, I first had created and drew my own version of Little Red, essentially. Sorry, I don't know what he is. The Tamagotchi. And essentially, I plugged it into ChatGPT and was like, use it. I think you guys can hear the dog. Yeah, I essentially said use it. I mean, is that plagiarism at that point? Or is that okay? Because I guess I started the drawing piece, if you will. Whereas I start a complete art piece completely from start to finish on purely ChatGPT, then is that the different story there? Used to give them stolen art. So is what I'm doing wrong then, in that sense? And I shouldn't be doing this with the board game? Theorizing. It's so hard. It's almost like if I do want to do this, then maybe do I need to be quicker about producing my art pieces and creating that board game, or is it gonna come and bite me, well, I guess in the ass down the line later? Because I guess in a way, it's kind of like I first put in my very original piece of my own character, my own chibi little red. And then I kind of understood my art style of how things worked when I created that little guy. And then maybe it took that, expanded from that, and it's almost like half trained. That is true, and I have thought about that. So would it help to ask ChatGPT? That's true. Open source, using the internet, what already exists out there in the world, essentially. Yeah, and I think it's kind of like that is the concern and that is the worry. So it's kind of like, what if I had taken these pieces, right? And this is just being a bit technical about it, and had the AI formulate characters by using my prompts and understanding my prompts, right? And then from there, I drew it again, and then to refine it, I fit it through ChatGPT again. Is that okay at that point? Because yes, I can take a piece, I can draw it, do adjustments, whatever, and then push it through again. Like what is it at that point? It's like it becomes so fit through. Like, do we know what is the final form essentially, and what is genuinely considered at that point in time? Because it's true. It's like, I mean, I don't want to take things down. I mean, say for example, let me bring it up. We can actually see it live. So if I move my face super quick. So it's like, even with this stuff, right? It's like when I look at it and then kind of take the picture from here, then what is this considered at that point? So I know this is all theories, so I'm not asking you for an answer, but this is just me having a conversation about it, if anything else, right? With all these designs and these characters. Because that's true, we don't really have the answer at this point in time. Oh, hang on, let me see. So the actual concept you should be thinking is within time. So instead of thinking if, then you should just switch it for. You should worry about when the game was. So make the game with stolen necessary and don't worry about it. So view that this place so that once the game is off the ground and you profit out the game. So switch games and outsource actual artists. Oh. Huh. Well, I guess yeah, that's a good point, because I think in my mind, right, my biggest concern and worry was that I guess I was always going to be concerned about saying, oh, you know, you made, I don't know if I ever could, but it's like, oh, you made millions, we want that money back. But it's like, oh, it becomes so ambiguous. And then I guess it's like you said, then the first thing is, obviously, if the laws do come in place, they would obviously not be like, pay out your money first. I think the first point of order would be, here's your warning, take it down, cease and desist. And then at that point, okay, I'll cease and desist. The actual idea behind the board game itself, it's my own. That idea is purely from here. The character designs maybe are outsourced from bits and pieces of that Frankenstein model that we were talking about, right? But then at that point in time, yeah, I'll just get real artists to do it to help me be that time-saving piece instead of me redoing everything by myself. Alright, carry on. Long story short, we carry on. Oh, there goes my break. Too fast, too fast. Okay, when they found out you on indie, the ideas that you using is a crutch. So by the time you probably should also. That's true. And I think at that point, yeah, I do understand the legitimacy of, you know, wanting to do it the right way at that point. So it's kind of like, if I do kind of, it's like saying if I went on Kickstarter, right, and I was getting the money in, then at that point, instead of just remaining with the art pieces that I have, at that point I should have already been like, hey, let's hit up a well-known artist or two and actually get them to do it for me. Because I can sit here and say, oh, I could probably make this myself, but each piece, knowing me, would take like a month. And would I hit the same quality? Probably not. as rusty as I am, as unpracticed as I am, I don't think I can match the same quality, but maybe to a 60-70% level. And it's like at that point, would someone want to play the game? Probably not. Point taken. Point taken. Comes to mentality and environment. Well, there we go. Okay, no, that was a very productive question, actually. I think let's be real. I mean, there definitely was that worry in the back of my mind, like, oh. I mean, technically it's open source. Technically, I'm taking pieces here and there. I'm giving it all the ideas. I'm giving it all the facets and thought processes. Well, exactly, and this is why I am in a rush. This is why I'm doing 50 things right now. I'm making the website. I'm creating the board game. I'm potentially, I could even storyboard shorts and videos for TikTok and YouTube, actually, right? Okay, well, here's a food for thought. I mean, are you yourself having the opportunity to use AI, or are you kind of just still staying away from it because you're kind of sufficient by your own means? Yeah, I know, right? That's true. It's kind of like they do come down heavier on rules and laws in the place when they find that it actually benefits the greater populace. when the general populace seems to be benefiting, someone somewhere in a political point of view will probably step in line and be like, let's stop this. Yeah. Okay, so let me move everything back. These brakes are too fast. Oh. Actually, this is perfect. I should just set up like this instead of moving it back and forth. Huh. Cool. Oh, hold up. First of all, Sniper Godzilla. Yes, it's been ages. How is it, man? Actually, yeah, come to think of it, how has everything been? Have you had an opportunity to hop into any new seasons of Diablo by any chance? Have you tried a new character? I have not. But no, it's been good, man. Unfortunately, I am working at the moment, but I figured let's stream with a bit of a co-working stream so I can at least still be around, talk to people, and do my work at the same time. A little bit of that multitasking vibe, but two birds, one stone kind of situation. But no, it's really good to see you, and I really do hope that you're doing fantastic on your end. But yeah, I'll be over at my desk, but don't worry. I do have my phone there, so I can still see the chat. I can still talk, and the microphone quite mobile, so that actually works pretty well. All right, let me swap over to my workstation. Oh, yikes. Okay, no, fair enough. Well, I mean, Diablo is a game. It's an investment of time, regardless, right? Oh, man. And it's funny, I mean, I don't know if you heard, but Diablo 2 also came out with a new class, the Warlock. So Diablo 2 Resurrected. Crazy. I didn't think they were going to work on that game anymore, you know? Talking to my buddy, and he was the one that shifted my focus when the open time That's true actually, and it's kind of like, yeah. I mean, yeah, this is actually pretty much why I am using lo-fi music to obviously not get myself caught out by DMCA and rules and things like that, and potentially have videos stripped down or portions of the video blocked out with audio and stuff. And I want the full experience for everyone. If someone was to even look at VODs or videos, or even for myself, right? So yeah, that's a very good point, and I mean 100%. I believe I'm using it to the best of my ability with my time constraints. But once again, it's just I need to get rid of work. If I could do 8 hours a day doing me instead of doing the work stuff, I would be so much happier, right? To do stupid shenanigans. Well, actually, Fortnite has been having so many collaborations, right? Sniper Godzilla. I mean, the most recent one where I hopped into temporarily just to pick up the Bleach characters. Bleach was on there, which was really cool. The Bleach, the anime. And I think most recently was Jujutsu Kaisen. I found out in recent times Kingdom Hearts and Honkai Star Rail both will also been doing collaborations with Fortnite. Previous conversation I had with Triflosen. You switch my phone. Well, I mean, it's kind of like why I'm switching it up and streaming myself at work. So it's kind of like well, actually, no. You know what? I want to hear the end of this actually, because yeah, it's true. Maybe there's something I'm missing, and I think I should take every bit of advice or thinking on board. Oh, true. Solo leveling the other day. And that's tough, right? Because, I mean, obviously you can have quick games, you can have long games, especially in Fortnite. Never played Siege though, but I mean, yeah, definitely Fortnite was absolutely on my personal list. But yeah, it's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that work's kind of getting in the way for yourself as well, Sniper Godzilla. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful. I'm very grateful for having a job, but it's 8 hours per day that I wish I could just assign somewhere else. And it's really hard to kind of multitask that. It's kind of like, workplaces even put bans, for example, on the use of ChatGPT and stuff. And it's like, if I was at work and I could just use another tab, run a ChatGPT prompt, come back to work, and honestly, that's just a 1-2 second difference. You type a quick prompt, whatever, carry on, right? Oh yeah, sorry, no, I understand what you're talking about now, Triflosen. Yeah, no, there's 100% many avenues, and obviously I have not looked into everything. But I think yes, I could probably find more to help, I guess, in the sense of time saving when I'm not at work. But I guess my main concern at the same time is that it's tough in the sense that, yeah, the 8 hours a day and then the 1 hour commute and then coming home and then wanting to cook, clean, exercise for up to at least a good hour, and then potentially fit in some streaming time as well. And it's just, when you think about it, 8 hours work, then you come up to 9 hours for travel, probably, actually I would say more, 1 hour 20. Let's just put it more realistically. Oh, let's just say an hour, minimize it. And then we have potentially cooking, cleaning, and eating can take up to maybe 1 to 2 hours. We're up to our 11th hour. Exercise up to our 12th hour. We want to get 8 hours of sleep, so that's up to our 20th hour. And then if we want to fit in maybe a bit of streaming, that's 1 to 2 hours. Well, actually, I should aim for a 2 hour minimum, so that's our 22nd hour. So that essentially leaves me 2 hours to figure out everything that I need to do. And that's what kind of why I came to the decision that I wanted to do co-working, so I can kind of fix the gap of being on stream and then figuring things out at the same time. But still, that leaves me essentially with 2 hours if I don't fit it back into to the streaming. So it's kind of like if I do it on stream, I've given myself 4 hours of freedom to figure something out. But because of work, it's just taken so much away. And then yes, yeah, we get weekends, great. But obviously, I also want to make sure that I prioritize my sociality, my family time. You know, I on Saturdays and Sundays, I might potentially meet up with friends, meet up with family, and then it is pretty much a given that I always do. So that time is also gone, for the most part. And then let's be real, I mean, you don't want to burn out, so you also want to assign yourself maybe 1 to 2 hours of at least you time to play some games, actually spend some gaming time with friends off stream, you know, to give everyone that freedom. And it's just, yeah, that's it. So it's like you just don't have friends. So it's like, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, 100%, I absolutely agree. There is probably 6 different AI tools that I could be using at the same time to do everything for me. So I mean, yes, I can save them time by not doing that work, but then I also need to spend time doing the research to find out what works for best for me. I could probably run scripts, do all these kind of things, yes. So 100%, I know what you mean. But yeah, time. So it's kind of work is in the way for me. If I didn't have work, I feel like I could do so much more. But I know that if I don't work, I can't pay for my house. But that's true. I mean, a lot of the top players, you do have to give up something somewhere. So a lot of the top players, I mean, in the industry, 100% probably have given up on family and friend time. Where I'm not willing to compromise on that because that is also important. Because when you think about it realistically, the reason why we work, the reason why I want to make these side projects or hustles work is because I want to give myself back more time so I can spend with friends and family. I mean, okay, not gave up friends and family, but like you gotta give up something somewhere, right? Oh, okay, we'll give up friends. Well, sure. I mean, I can ask the AI to research, and that could probably help as well. But obviously, that's still probably a bit of time taken that I want to probably assign to a website, assign to the game making, assign to videos. So it's hard. I mean, I do need to find out what really works. I don't know what is the best formula. But that is essentially my day, if you think about it. So I'm working towards getting 8 hours sleep. So it's kind of, I do want to try to sleep at 10:30 today. Potentially wake up at 6:30. Exercise for half an hour. Then go to work. And then if I come home and I don't have time for exercise, then at least I've done something in the morning, you know what I mean? So it's just like I'm trying to still figure it out, and I don't have the answer or the formula yet. So yeah, it's rough, but I mean, I'm still happy to go on the adventure to try to figure this out, and I think it's the saving grace that I do have my friends and family. That's true. I mean, giving up friends, it doesn't work for everyone. But at the same time, I think it's also maybe he found himself in that situation that well, I guess it's like I was saying earlier. You must surround yourself with those who bring you up. And I think it's a very valid lesson when you think about it. Because I guess in recent times I've come to a lot of thinking processes around this decision as well. And I did find myself giving a lot of mental, physical thinking time, physical time to be the best person I can be for those around me. I give 110% to my friends, absolutely. And, you know, there are friends that I've known for years, majority of my life. I'd say like 90% of my life, if I had to put a figure to it, or, you know, whatever the case may be. And I found that all that effort was never really reciprocated. And I kind of just sat there, took it, and still gave them that effort, receiving nothing in return. And yes, friendships aren't there to receive something in return, but it was kind of like it was so draining. And I found I lost so much time by appeasing to this person. And I was kind of like, you know, I just kind of hit this wall, and I'm like, you know what? Enough is enough. I want more time back for me, and I don't need to spend time in places that don't reward me. But once again, I'm not asking for a reward, but it's more like if I'm doing 110%, it's probably fair to expect at least 50, 60. even then, that's probably too generous, and there should be more. But yeah, it's tough, and it's just no one really knows how to go through life the right way. We don't. We really don't. Well, that's true, actually. I'm glad that none of the developers gave up family. People giving up family to get the process that will sense inspiring as the and I think that's true. I mean, one of the biggest things, and I'm all for it, is that yes, you don't get to choose your family, but at the same time, it is that unconditional love that you grow for one another, and it's something that you gotta make sure that you really hold on to. Anime probably teaches this pretty well in a lot of anime. I can't think of one right now off the top of my head. But you really should take the time to treasure your family when given the possibility. I mean, yes, there's always gonna be family dramas, and not all families have that good mesh that some do. It's never gonna be 100% recipe, but where possible, absolutely give your time and attention to family. I think at the end of the day, if things just didn't work out, the place, hopefully for most, where you could always return to would be family, right? And I do feel I have that comfort. If things don't really work out, I know I can come home and I've got family there for me. And it's just like, with the example I talked about earlier, where I had a friend that I would consider one of my very closest, throughout the majority of my life. But when I actually sat down and thought about, hey, I've given this person so much in my life, but I couldn't actually physically think of any given moments that I thought, oh, hey, they've done this for me. And that was such a red flag that I cannot believe for the life of me I didn't think about it sooner. And it's such a tough, toxic environment to put yourself into, where you fall into this mental decline for it, because you're like, but they're one of the closest people in life. How could this happen, right? And you try to hold on to something that probably never was meant to be. Yeah, honestly, that's one of my biggest traps. One of my biggest traps is that, oh man, I don't have enough time. And I think that on a daily basis. It's not a good habit. It's like sometimes it's like you walk a little faster to get to something. You might drive a little bit faster to get to something within sensibility. But you know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to make every single second of my life count, and that probably puts a stress on life that we don't really need. And I think that's something I would recommend people be careful about. I mean, I preach but don't follow. I understand but don't follow. It's kind of like it's why I'm always in a rush to do everything that I can possibly do. But no, that's true. I mean, and it's kind of like why I do try to reflect as often as possible, and it's why I'm doing co-working now. I mean, that was a quick solution that I never considered. And I'm absolutely glad that I'm doing that now. I'm still working, I'm still chatting, I'm still on stream. I've now become relatively confident that I can set this as a schedule. I'm hoping no one says otherwise at work. But it's become that, right? That's true. I mean, a lot of people probably, right, Triflosin, don't have this stuff figured out for the longest time in their life, until potentially when it's too late sometimes. But it's like, yeah, I mean, as long as we're trying, as long as we take the time to reflect in our busy schedules, and as long as we give the time that we have, where time is our most precious commodity in life, to the right people and in the right places. Oh yeah, 100%. So I'm full AI. Long story short, I'm absolutely for it. Did I wish that I probably used it for these ideas that I have in my head sooner? Yeah, probably. But is it too late? No, not yet. and that's the key part. Like, even this whole setup, right, with my taskbars, my Tamagotchi, my everything, ChatGPT was very handy in that, and I'm glad that I used it. And I think the key takeaway is that, obviously I'm not really profiting from having the setup, which is great. So that means I can use it in its full effect, and so I should. The 100%, all things in moderation, and it's true. I mean, I absolutely do need to be careful of that. I find myself, when I have a moment to myself, be that, let's just say, bathroom time in the shower or whatever that might be, or if you're cooking or cleaning, because you're not really conversing at that point. It's just like those are the times where I find myself reflecting, how can I do ABC better? But obviously, you don't want to be on the grind so much. You also want to give yourself some of that relaxation time as well. Yeah, and I think in recent times, and I feel like, yeah, 100% recent times, I've come into a little bit more positivity with my thinking process, and I'm glad that you pointed this out, and hopefully for those also reading and taking part in the conversation, even mentally, it is something really important to kind of look at, and it's time for appreciating how far you've come, time for appreciating what you've done, is absolutely really, really key. And I think it's just, yeah, I remember thinking, I think it was even last week, it's like, oh damn, technically speaking, I made this website, I've created 14 summons, I've done ABC, I'm finally streaming more often now, at least during the daytime. You know, and it's just I do come into a realization like how far I have come, and although yes, I use tools to get there, I'm not that fussed about it either. At the same time. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like I think absolutely removing the toxins in your life, be that it could be a job, it could be a person, it could be whatever, is such a key thing that I would recommend people do. If you find yourself drained at any given point, you then have to figure out what is it that's draining you at that point in time, right? Actually, I mean that is 100% true, and it's I can kind of agree with that concept. That yeah, I mean a lot of us probably grew up thinking, oh, we're the main character, we're gonna have the best life. But then when you kind of grow older, when you're like, oh, so I'm in corporate. So it's kind of yeah, when those realizations do hit, it's demotivating. You spend most of your life being motivated to be demotivated when you kind of have that glass break moment and you realize, wow, this is what I've achieved. But that's true. I mean, yeah, filtering has been so handy for me, and I'm glad that I'm doing so. And I'm genuinely happier as a result, to be honest. I feel more productive, if anything, as well. I feel like I didn't work much this particular session. Oh well, oh well. I just want to figure out this one thing out. It's okay. We'll figure it out in the next 25 minutes. It is nice to look away from the screen though from time to time. To the screen I want to look at. Oh, video stuff. That's what I was working on. Video stuff. Oh yeah, no, 100%. That's it. Life is absolutely a problem-solving game. So it's kind of like yeah, once you do stop trying to solve the problem, you might find that yeah, absolutely, you're losing out. didn't start my timer. I'm so much more engrossed in the stuff I want to do. Let's see. You figure out if something on your life you probably can't cut on. Yeah. But they gave me advice on how to work. I'm saying Peak it's a pretty funny choice of all the games. Peak once a weekend. That is actually one of the biggest things. It's so funny that you bring it up that we find that yeah, gaming has definitely been a big hindrance to potentially maximizing our potential. But I guess it's kind of like yeah, I mean maybe because I try to keep not try to, but my life is so packed in the sense that I feel like I need gaming to rectify that. But I do know that's not the answer, but it's hard. I don't want to flat out give up gaming because it's also like it's a you time, right? But then it's like maybe it would be better if it was better scheduled is another way to look at it potentially. Damn. It's so funny that you're kind of in the same thought process as me, but you're obviously a little more determined in what you need to do. Could probably learn a thing or two from you. I know what I need to do, but it's rough. Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's fun. It's fun doing this as well. I absolutely love doing the project, and I think you guys have seen in recent times how much more motivated I am to be more productive. But it's kind of like the only thing holding me back is that with the games that I'm talking or speaking about in particular, it'll be like Overwatch, where I'm never playing by myself, but I'm playing with somebody else, friends, or a group of friends. And that to me is a form of sociality, I guess, where we're all playing together, having a laugh, and having memories. Do I ever solo queue? Never. No. But it's kind of like, yeah, it's a slightly two bird one stone situation, but at the same time it's kind of like, oh, hey Wonderlife, welcome to our Just Chatting stream. Oh no, I hope you're doing good, Wonderlife. How is everything, by the way? We're getting to some in-depth conversations today. That's true. I do have gamers. They're all gamers. But I guess at the same, it's kind of like I guess I would say I found it more beneficial in the sense that gaming has probably helped some of the people who I think have been a little bit absent in my life to be more present, and I've enjoyed that. So I'm absolutely thankful for that, to be honest. Talking about not quite the mantle, but it's just about life. I think earlier we were just talking about how to better handle life, a busy schedule and stuff like that. Where in some parts I was talking about removing the toxins in my life. In other parts I'm trying to find more time for project time, side hustles, side projects, and me time as well, and having that juggle. Long story short. Damn it. My break's over already. No, tell me your voice. I was like, your Discord displays you league is 6 hours after you work. Well, no, that's true. I think that's the biggest thing. That, you know, obviously, if you spend far too long on one thing, I mean, 6 hours is probably too much, right? So I think that's the key takeaway, and that's the small adjustments we're definitely learning to make as well. So we're not going for 6-hour sessions like I used to, right? What the life? Thank you, I appreciate that. 100%, she's gotten so much better, and I think her Morio is absolutely amazing. I think it's a big comfort when I play any role. It's kind of like, you know, I have the comfort of knowing that I will have a good healer on my team, and that's definitely a really big comfort. Long story short. But yeah, it's funny that I think if I had to choose, my favorite role 100% Wonder Life is always going to be support. But I think so many people are so scared of tank and so scared of DPS that I'm never going to have the chance to play support, even though I'm a support main. So it's so disheartening, and I know that I love to play support. You know, Mercy is my absolute go-to and all that, but I'm just, yeah, I think there's just that genuine fear of having to perform on DPS and tank. And I think there's this misconception that people think that support roles are easier. Like, to me, I feel like if a team doesn't have a good support, the team is dead. Like, that's my thought process. I feel like support is the most important role next to tank. I think DPS helps in pushing the team forward well, but well, to be fair, tank can do a lot of DPS and support can too if done right. So I feel like, to me, support and tank are the most important roles, and I think that's the misconception. Maybe it's just my group of friends. Maybe it's just my group of friends that don't want the DPS. I feel like when you don't sleep until 1 a.m. some of you manage to... Actually, that's a good comparison, Triflows. Well, to be honest, right, I find that hard to believe as well. I love anime, I want to keep up to date, but guess what? You can easily multitask that in. So now when I watch One Piece, I used to be on episode 900. I'm on episode 1078 now. And that's because I do the skipping rope. I skip rope and watch anime. I found that it was really hard to count and read subtitles at the same time. That's a lot of multitasking. I used to do that. But I was like, you know what? I can solve the problem by getting a rope that counts for itself. And I did that. So now I don't need to count and I can fully read anime without missing a beat. So there's solutions. Even if, say, for example, I wanted to be slightly up to date on the gacha game, I can have gacha, anime, solution. You know, so there's definitely ways around things. Sounds like my buddies just have so much distractions. I'm like, well, that's the thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've also actually resigned to some things in dub. I know I was so adamant about Japanese everything because obviously I'm learning, you know, Japanese. But, you know, sometimes you just gotta give a little to get a little. Well, okay, don't get me wrong, Wonder Life. I love playing tank. I actually do. I do enjoy playing tank for certain tanks. But a big problem I really found with playing tank is that I don't have good healers. So it's like I'm comfortable playing tank as long as I know that Honey Butters is there, but at the same time it's like potentially if she's busy holding the fort somewhere else, and so she should be, the secondary support usually never has my back, and it's really frustrating, to be honest. And it's kind of like it's a hindrance on my performance because, let's just say, for example, the other day I had a situation where I literally had 6 to 7 instances where I was not healed for a straight. I couldn't even count. Like, I had to sit there and physically hide and let the passive heal me 6, 7 different instances in one game. I was like, this is not it. This is kind of low key frustrating. That healers aren't looking around for me. So I'm like, I mean, I think that's a fair call. That's probably not right. Hot tub stream. I'm definitely not in shape for a hot tub stream. I mean, video maybe. But yeah, no, we won't be in Bali in about a month. That's correct. Complaining for the sake. Well, that's it. I don't want to be complaining for the sake of complaining. If anything else, my only complaint left is work. So unfortunately, that's a hard one to resolve. Because it's like you need to spend your 8 hours at work. You need to spend your 1 hour plus driving to and fro. So that's tough. That's rough. But yeah, it's one of those things I can't help because I do need that money to stay afloat. Yeah, it is. Well, to be honest, I also wanted to catch up to date because I never finished Shippuden. So I tried to find Shippuden in dub so I can do just that. It doesn't exist. So that was unfortunate. So can I ask what anime that was, Wonder Life? That's the most important question. Hang on, I'll be moving to the working desk. Sorry, I've been here a little bit too long. 1 second. Oh, nice. Vinland Saga. Did you watch season 1 or season 2? Well, actually, you said the single episode, so it's a great watch, though. It really is a good watch. Well, I mean, it is the most important question. Let's be real, right? Well, that's true. I mean, it is a 9 to 5 job. Add 1 hour, make it 9 hours a day. I think it's more the fact that work has been unfortunate in the sense that it's kind of like the value of work produced versus the value of monetary gain is not appropriate. When you put in a situation where you're generally doing 3 people's job for the price of 1 because 2 people left because the job wasn't great, it doesn't really sit well with me, but it's kind of like I'm forced to do so because I need to pay the bills. But anyway, it's like I said, I think the other thing is, yeah, it's about thinking what needs to be sacrificed, but I know some of the things I don't want to compromise is obviously cooking, cleaning, and exercise, you know. You gotta keep the house clean, you gotta eat a clean meal, and you gotta have exercise. And I think potentially some of those people have sacrificed that, but you know, like I said, cooking, cleaning, eating, and exercising alone could potentially take between the ranges of 2 to 4 hours depending on the heaviness of the meal, the length of the, well, let's say 3 to 4 hours on the length of exercising days. 100%. It is an absolute motivation to get my projects off the boat, and yeah, that's what I'm doing. I think it's more like I feel like I'm doing everything that I need to. I'm just having the joy of saying that work sucks, but you know, I'm obviously figured ways around that. One single episode of the first season. No, fair enough, Wonderlife. I mean, honestly, it's kind of like if you watch one episode, you probably have to watch the rest in a general sense, and then watch season 2, season 3, and that's a time sink as well when you think about it, Wonderlife. Now, automated cleaning is definitely a way. We did actually end up getting a Roomba, but that Roomba became more painful in the sense that we have to really move furniture out of the way. Last time when I activated the Roomba, it got stuck under one of the chairs, and I didn't realize until I got home, and it kept repeating, "Gotta find home." You know, whatever the functionality or the phrasing was, it's like can't find home or something, which is the home base. I'm like, oh my god. So I don't even know how much you cleaned at that point. And then it's like, obviously, sometimes if you're not careful with certain objects, like I remember seeing it push one of my chairs all the way to the corner. I'm like, dude, can't believe you're this strong, but can you not? So I was like, I mean, at least it was done on the discount. I'll give it that much, but yeah, exactly right, Wonderlife. But I gotta find a good Roomba, but that's also pricey. I know some Roombas in this day and age, you can map out an area, like just do only this. Unfortunately, the one I purchased way back when didn't have that functionality, but obviously we're also not willing to compromise on having to spend $700 to $1,000 for the right one. Okay, no, I see what you mean. I guess for me it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, I guess my value stance is that, I mean, for the sacrifice of having the project not complete as fast as I could, I don't think I'd sacrifice good eating, good exercise, or good sociality with friends and family. And I think it's more like they probably would understand, but it's more for myself, I guess, that I want to always uphold the value that friends and family are still important. So, yeah, see, the problem with that one, Wonderlife, is that for probably the first 10 years, that's actually going to create more mess and loss of money before it becomes useful. And then at that point, it requires more money to pay for services for them to do so. Or at least some kind of motivation in some monetary way, be it like, here's a game, here's a toy, or here's something. Not on Auckland. It definitely is not an Auckland thing, unfortunately. Oh no, 100%, and I guess it's a valid thought process, and like you said, sometimes it's about what do you call it, think changing the way that you think. But I guess it's kind of like, well, actually, when I think about it, I don't really spend too much time with friends apart from just the casual gaming 1 to 2 hours now, anyway. And that's probably 3, 4 days of the week. So it's like the adjustment is already happening. So it's not too bad actually. It's kind of maybe speaking out of way back when. I mean, for example, Saturday is a given. We always visit family. So obviously, like you said, let's not give up on family. So that time is always a given. So Saturday is always family time. But generally, I guess the only time is potentially Overwatch sessions with friends. I think learning to schedule that a little bit better might be probably the most handy thing. We've definitely come back on that a lot more, which is great, actually, so that's good. But yeah, no, sorry. Snow is definitely way more south. So if you go to the South Island, you'll be more than likely to find snow. That is correct. Upside down for you. I mean, I'm not too fussed. I mean, the snow isn't really something that I'm personally looking for. So I guess Wonder Life, that hasn't been too bad. The thing. I mean, it kind of makes it a little bit more precious that if we do visit, South Island or a country that has snow, it actually is much more fun and enjoyable, I guess. So maybe a blessing in disguise. Yeah, I think interactions with friends, we don't go out too often. I think the last time was probably within since the start of the year, I've probably gone out physically to see friends 3 to 4 times, tops, that I can think of. So I guess ultimately thinking that hasn't been much at all. So I think it's more the gaming. I mean, potentially if I could just do maybe 7 to 9, 7 to 9, 9 to 10:30. Maybe like 1-ish hour, maybe 3 times a week isn't too bad. And I guess the good thing for me is that in Overwatch, I'm actually not just playing the game. Believe it or not, I'm still multitasking. So if at any given point we're in the waiting lobby, I'm actually doing side projects on the side. If I die for even 5 to 10 seconds, I alt-tab and I do at least 1 sentence of a ChatGPT prompt. No, so I think the main thing is, yeah, I mean, I 100% have. I think realistically, I'm only actively playing 4 to 5, and I'm only doing them, say, for example, at work. I actually do a little sneaky, even while exercising. So it's like I'm never, for the most part, actively playing a gacha game and only doing just that, if that makes sense. So there's always something on the side. So I'm always doing 2 things or 3 things at once. because for a lot of people it's normal that snow is in the north and south and sand. Is that what that is, Wonderlight? I'm sorry, I didn't even click that in my head that south and north was a way to correlate with snow. But the problem is my website is about gacha games, so I do need to be up to date. At least of the big ones. Because I guess of the website, it's also I mean, I do use Pride One for a lot of the information nonetheless, to be honest. But realistically, there's not much time on there. Oh, sorry, you're saying maybe make projects not dictated by corporations? So you're saying, like, as in, I probably shouldn't create like a gacha website because it's dictated by existing corporations that keep growing and power creeps and things like that with tier lists and making my life harder? Is that what you mean? Is Tamagotchi technically gacha? Technically, I mean, if you poorly raise your Tamagotchi, you'll get a different form. Technically. I guess it's kind of like website-wise, maybe I can cancel out on the other games that I play, like 7 Deadly Sins Grand Cross. That could easily face EOS at any given time, end of service. But I guess with Star Rail, Zenless Zone, Wuthering Waves, those are the only ones that I've actually put any effort on, and I could probably end it there and start it there. Because I guess for me, it's kind of like my biggest want for all this, to be honest, is that I actually just want to create a community from this. Like, I know what you're saying is that it could be a sinking ship, absolutely. But it's kind of like, I guess I'm having it here not to be the end goal as a website, but to supplement myself as a character, if that makes sense. So if I can kind of put my foot in maybe even the gacha community a little bit harder, a little bit better, create something unique. Sorry, this is just me voicing my thoughts. It could be wrong or right, I don't know. But then I'm thinking, at least with this in mind, I could create that community because I've always wanted a page where people could put summoning videos, you can vote on it, whatever. The tier list would be there where you can mark off if a character is min-maxed, or you can checklist your daily tasks done and stuff like that, right? Oh yeah, no, I don't think they're gonna be around forever. So 100%, the thing is, I guess I've always had this with full understanding that this was always going to be a temporary piece, if that makes sense. So if anything else, what I'm taking from it, I guess, is that I'm learning how to do these things in the first place, and even if it doesn't take off, I'm not too fussed with the website. I guess that's more of the side piece, and that's not my biggest focus, I guess, if that makes sense. So I guess my bigger focuses would probably be on the actual board game, and video content is one of the biggest things. So it's kind of like, it's a side build. I wouldn't put 100% focus on it. It only probably seems like in recent times because I just wanted that checklist and character tracker piece up just for myself. But it's true, I did answer a little bit of that. So 100% I will just focus, actually this is a really productive conversation, I'll focus on the main games at the very minimum and see how tough that is. if it's a little bit too tough, then it's easier to cut out. Because I was actually slowing down on the website progress because I was sitting here thinking, 7 Deadly Sins Grand Cross has like hundreds of characters. I cannot keep a checklist up to date with that. Well, that's cool, Wonder Life. I'm actually really happy to hear that you're also working on a website of your own as well. That's really cool, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I'm definitely taking this as a learning piece because, yeah, I do want to understand the inner workings of a website, and this has definitely helped the thinking process a lot. So it has been a lot of fun. I mean, for the most part, I've actually done the majority of the Star Rail Zenless Zone Zero stuff. Boarding Waves is the last one, and that's pretty much it, really. So website-wise, I'm not that worried, and it's not that big a focus. I think definitely it's more board game and video content. What the heck is Discourse or Wikimedia? I'm sorry, I didn't even know what those. I don't even know what those are. Oh yeah, exactly. So I think it's probably my biggest habit, over scoping. But no, I think definitely it's probably good that I actually deliver a product with at least, while it's live, while it's active, while it's popular, I should deliver on at least the first 3 big things or whatever the case may be. Because I guess the forum, the community connectivity piece of it, Wonder Life, is probably the one that's going to end up coming out last. I think the functionality at its base core value is having a checklist that you can tick off on a daily basis, and having a character tracker for the ones that you want to min-max. That's my biggest goal. Simply adding a place for the website for my board game was just an added piece that literally didn't take any time at all, so that was nice. Yeah. And I think for me, that is my biggest struggle as well. Between board game and video content, I'm not really sure how to go about this. Because I think for me, it's like, if I'm being honest, it's not necessarily that. I don't even know how to phrase it. It's like I want one of these things to take off, and once I figure out what that is, I want to place all the focus there. I know I'm spreading myself thin, and that makes it really difficult. But it's like I still want to have a presence online, and that's really important. So I think offline online video content has been key, and I've been doing that. We have recently created a couple TikTok videos, which has done a lot more work than my personal. But obviously with my personal, I haven't done a lot of content recently. So that's been a tough part as well. So I think having the presence, I think it's almost like I want to try to sell myself as a person more than the products. I don't know if that really makes sense though. But Wikimedia and Discourse, I'll look into that actually, Wonder Life, thank you. Because of Wikimedia, do you mean like as in a source for wiki websites? So is it a place that might hold thumbnails for things or media for things as well? Because that would be good. I would love that. Oh, because yeah, I guess the main thing, I guess to kind of clarify as well, is that I don't actually find the editing too much of an issue. That's a good maybe half hour. That's not bad. But I think it's more the filming of any content has become the difficulty. So yeah, I think it's kind of storyboarding, which is kind of really hard sometimes to try to think, oh, what's the best, most creative idea? That's funny because I'm actually using the fandom pages and using the thumbnails there, Wonder Life, to grab thumbnails and pictures. Wikimedia, I 100% need to look into that, thank you. I could have saved myself so much more time. So an editor as in someone that would physically do the filming as well? Well, the unfortunate part of that is the cost. So I guess situational wise, I mean, as Wanda Live might know, um, Honey Butters doesn't have a full time job currently. So money wise, we're actually quite tight. Because obviously we purchased tickets for Bali and Australia and all the stuff prior to current situations. So it's kind of like even. Oh, right. So, yeah, the filming is the issue. So I'm not even worried about the editing. That's the filming. I think editing wise, I mean, it's a quick half hour. And I'm genuinely not worried about that, but it's the storyboarding and creating that stuff. I guess even so, like, yes, saving half hour would be great, but even the payment wise, we have to be quite careful about what we spend on moving forward now, I guess. Griefing websites now, that's also something to really look out for and be careful of. Oof. Why am I backwards then? I'm finding the filming the most difficult because I don't even know how to go about filming some of the content sometimes. I genuinely find myself spending more time filming than the editing. Am I doing this backwards? No, I'm fine. Service wise, I mean, are they quite expensive usually? Okay, let me quickly do this. Getting the cheap one, that might not be too bad. But yeah, that's the other thing though. I mean, I guess the concern is should the focus be on videos as well? Wait, what did you read wrong? Yeah, I guess, I mean, it doesn't hurt to look at the budgeting of things to understand the pricing of it. So that's definitely something I can do. Something is liver to. I think you did absolutely read that wrong there. It's probably not something I should do. I'm sure he doesn't mean it in that way. Surely not. Not currently. I mean, that's definitely a work in progress, and I would want that definitely eventually. Eventually. Well, that's true. I mean, obviously, everyone grows over time. Everyone gets better over time. Okay, so that's the forum thing that I need to look into down the line. Nice. I swear I can. Don't worry, I believe you. I believe you. Guess it doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Then we can get like a third perspective in a sense on videos. So the website where we discuss religion and conspiracies. Canvas feature where people can build attack and frame style evidence both. Well, that's cool. Attack and frame style. Well, the law, evidence, history, and the wiki. What you're saying. Oh, so I guess website-wise, I assume that this is purely for the sake of hobby. Is that correct, Wonderland? Yeah, I think for the goal for me was once the video recording was done, I believe that I could actually personally, for my personal account, do a surplus of being 7 videos ahead at all times. And I think that's something I could definitely do. So I'm relatively confident about that. And I think we're coming better into the scheduling of things. So yeah, I think it's kind of like, I'm happy to see how it works currently because it is absolutely the work in progress, and we've already made adjustments. Today, I will see if I can save it in 1030. I think that's the first adjustment. Because I think if I can do that, I kind of lose a little bit of that worry that I initially had anyway. Yeah. actually, well, I'll tell you 100%. Travelers, I'll 100% keep that in mind. I guess that'd have to be a discussion in terms of myself, between myself and probably Honey Brothers to see how we want to go about it. Because would that be, I guess, sorry, this is just me thinking out loud, but would that be for a couple TikTok channel? Would that be for our personal? And kind of going from there. Because that's true, that is a time saver. So I think, yeah, absolutely, I'm in the process of eliminating things and saving time where possible. So I know I'm going into overtime in work currently. Wait, what? Fishing stream? Wait, what fishing stream, first of all? Okay, well, I mean, tell you what, I mean, if it's okay, if you can definitely push across details, if you're okay with that, and I guess we can kind of go from there. I will switch across real quick, though. I think I've done my 25 minutes for sure. Ugh. Oh, that we didn't even do the fishing, to be honest. That one was crazy because we were both pretty sick, if I remember correctly. So that was just unfortunate. Oh yeah, 100%. That's all good. I'm 100% no what do you call it? No need to if he's already packed and busy. I mean, I'm not here to intrude on that, of course. That's all good. Oh, no, all good. Thank you so much for the chats. Genuinely appreciate that. So no cheers for that, Trevlos. And no rush. Absolutely no rush, but do what you gotta do, buddy. Do what you gotta do. Thank you again. No, that's true. I completely forgot about that stream Wonder Life. Whoopsie daisy. That was quite some time. That was quite some time ago, actually, wasn't it? During my time off, I'm actually video editing. Funnily enough, after all the chats and conversations we had about it, that's actually what I'm doing right now, video editing. So yeah, I'm 100% always on the go. Gotta go. Working on getting Wikimedia, working with Discourse. Should be sort of easy, maybe. Well, we're hoping that's the case. No, it's good to see that you're busy. I mean, this is something we can absolutely do at the same time, you know? So that's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, these breaks are too damn short. I made the breaks too damn short. Link to my site. Oh, I mean, let's not use the word judge. Let's use the word enjoy. But honestly, it is pretty nerve wracking. I do remember the first time I showed my website live. I was like, oh, don't know if people like it, or I don't know if it looks good or cool or not. But it was kind of cool to have it there, and I think it really kind of propelled me to kind of work or do more with it, you know. plus 25-ish minutes, I guess. Okay, I might go to it first. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna go toilet first. Then I'll come back and do another 25 sessions. So be right back.
I know that's silly. You like me like you want to marry me.
Sorry, got a little distracted. I felt the need to grab food. Alright, let's see. Let's switch it around. Alright, last little decision. Okay, Guts. Yo, buddy. Long time no see, man. Hopefully you're doing good. How is everything, man? Sorry, just doing some work here, but I think I'm actually done, to be honest. So I might refill some water, come back to, and just carry on and not work. No, I've done my hours. I've definitely done my hours. So I'm gonna move on for now. But yeah, hopefully you've been doing good, K-Gots, man. It's been absolutely a long time since we last caught up, buddy. But yeah, always good to see you. Always good to see you. But yeah, I'm just gonna quickly get a quick refill of water from downstairs, and then I'll be back into it. So I'll be right back. has been the... Oh, sorry, hang on. No, Lunar Trial, honestly, don't even worry about it, because guess what? I'm done with the working day. So I literally just headed downstairs to go grab some food and refill the drink bottle. So that's okay. But still, it's been a very long time. Really happy to see you, and I really hope that you're doing really good, Lunar Trial. How is everything? A lot has changed, so glad you're still streaming something. Yeah, no, and what I'm gonna do actually moving forward, Lunar Trial, is I think what I'm gonna do is Mondays and Fridays, New Zealand time, I'm gonna start streaming 12:30ish to about this time to do co-working streams. So I'm just gonna work, I'm gonna chat, I'm gonna have a good time, and I'm just gonna be on stream while working. So two birds, one stone kind of situation. But when you say a lot has changed, I hope it's in a good way, of course. That's always gonna be my wish, of course. But no, it is great to see you again, by the way. At the same time, let me move some stuff around. So job tick and done. But yeah, 100% distract away. By the way, Lunar Trial, K-Guts, anybody, you're more than welcome to have a full-on conversation, because I'm done with the official working of things, and I'm just tracking through all the side stuff that I want to do just for me. So you don't have to worry about nothing. Currently just working on TikTok video stuff, so trying to push that forward a little bit. This is Chrono Trigger. Oh, yo, Master Fujin. Yes, absolutely finished work. Now, currently, for the time being, I'm just working on side stuff now. The stuff I'm actually passionate about. How's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. So I'm just doing a bit of a video at the moment. And this video is actually... I've decided to be brave. And I'm going to share a video of myself in a very vulnerable moment. And that is my haircut. So I'm working on my haircut video at the moment, just kind of blurring out the face of the hairdresser to, you know, be respectful of that, of course. And that's about it. Yeah, TikTok stuff. So that'll be TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and I'm gonna start posting on Instagram soon, I think, as well. So as always, there's plenty to do, plenty to do. Yeah, I haven't posted on TikTok in a decent while. I think this, cause I don't know, it's hard. I was a little confused about what to even do as content. Like the haircut one is a bit out of the ordinary for the content that I usually do, but I figured, you know, it's all part of the same thing, right? And I feel like I'm messing up by not doing content essentially. This was 86. It's funny how you can just tell straight away. I think we're about 50% done of what I need to do in this video anyway. That's progress. It's progress. Oh, sorry, I had to sneeze there. Whew. Okay, maybe it looks like I'm 50% now, not before. Jeez. Talk about misjudge.
104機調査兵サシャ・ブラウスです。
君はヒーローになれる。
Definitely more focus here than work. Okay, we've done a decent amount. That's 66% done, but I'm just gonna go toilet. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna keep going for it a little bit more. So I'll be right back. Ugh. All right, back to it. this is definitely taking longer than I thought it would. Yikes. You know, now that I think about it, I've done a 5-hour stream. That's actually not bad for me. That's a definite improvement, that's for sure.
リト君。
Getting there. Is that the problem that I try to get the videos as perfect as I can? Probably. You know, I want to produce the best quality that I can, of course. I must admit though, I feel like I am pretty hyper focused. I don't think I'd even allot myself this kind of focus even when if I was doing this off stream, to be honest. So maybe it's a good thing. Okay, last 6-ish seconds to work on. Jeez Louise. So close, I can taste it. Man, I actually didn't plan to stream until 6 today at all. Oh no. Whew, I think that's it for editing done for the most part. And that's let's actually double check the footage to see if it's actually on par. So luckily, I try my best to make short videos as much as possible. So I think a range of 30 seconds is pretty good. Damn it, I knew I missed something. Not too much, but okay. It's good that I'm speeding through a little bit. Let's see. Man, That's why they say you gotta double check your work. Okay, now let's see. Let's redo it and see it again. Damn it. Oh, damn it. Every time I watch, I feel like I'm catching something. Oh, don't even worry about it, Master Fujin. I am very well saved. I think I'm up to 17,000 gems, but I won't pull obviously on every single collaboration banner in existence, so I won't do that. But 70,000 is pretty healthy, and I think I can easily buy with tickets for any characters that I need to, fortunately. But it's good to know that you're still playing it in full effect, right? Always happy to know that my fellow Nikkei players are still going hard, going strong. Oh, this footage is taking a while to load in. Oh, have you been playing Nikkei? Oh, mind you, I play mostly on PC as well. But have you been playing on your laptop the whole time? You have 4 accounts. I mean, I knew you had more than one, but damn. Man, my Premiere is so slow. Crazy. Oh, every time I pause and stop because it's like a fast forward the clip, it's just a struggle so much with it. I guess that's one way to look at it, right, Master Fujin? I like that. Positivity. Oh my god, it only works when I play from the beginning. That's really annoying. It's easier for me to do dailies. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, daily wise, it only takes like, what, 5 to 10 minutes tops if you really speed things through. So it's actually not that bad in terms of a daily gacha, right? Okay, let's try again. Don't think I caught anything this time. This is my thinking face. Damn it. I gotta remember to not unpause the footage midway through. Okay, I think I am happy with this. Okay, let's see how other people do it real quick though. Oh my goodness. Kamotoki, yo, it's good to see you again. First of all, I'm doing very good, thank you very much, but I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good. It's been a long time. I think what the last time we had a good chance to catch up was Star Rail, right? If I remember correctly. But I'm just working on videos at the moment, so I'm actually looking at, believe it or not, I am looking at TikTok for a little bit of inspiration. But for those who don't know, I used to have, for the longest time, very long hair, and I was coming up to this point where I was just a little bit too much and not looking that great. So after 2 years of keeping it long, I decided to give it a cut, and I'm making a haircut video for it now. So I kind of want to see how people do it. Haircut results? Let's try that. Hey, Donowa, yes, it's been quite some time, man. No, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you very much. And hopefully you too, buddy. At the moment, just doing some research for my next video. Give me a second. But how is everything? Yeah, no, working from home today, but fortunately, I've already done my working shift for the day. Thank goodness. Yeah, so just working some video stuff at the moment. So something a little bit more personal to myself. So, you know, as you know, I've obviously kept my hair long for, you know, the good better part of the last 2 years. So finally deciding to cut it was a big decision because it took, well, 2 years to get to that point. Now to add the finishing touches.
Once he told me that he had spent all of his life thinking about his career and his work, and he was 52, and it suddenly struck him that he had never really given anything of himself. His life was for no one and nothing.
What time did I start today? I think about close to 8:30 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that sounds about right. Around roughly 8:30. But how about yourself? What time do you kind of get up to work on your end?
You know, I believe if there's any kind of God, it wouldn't be in any of us. Not you or me, but just this little space in between.
Just uploading some videos so I can use that. Start at 10 a.m., finish 4 p.m. Hey, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. So that's roughly a 6-hour shift, right? Yeah, because I remember you used to work, last I checked, you used to work up to 3 jobs. So how many jobs are you working right now in comparison? That's rough though. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of jobs. You know what? Why did I feel like you had multiple jobs back then? Or has it always just been the 2? Sorry. Maybe my memory doesn't serve me correctly. It's gonna take a while to upload these videos next. Okay. No, don't even apologize. Truth be told, I probably need to make my way as well. So I've been pushing my luck a little bit, but I probably should head off soon to kind of get exercise and dinner and all that stuff sorted on my end as well, to be honest. So I think I might just do that while I kind of have these things loaded in the background. I'll try to post something tonight on TikTok and YouTube, but if I don't, I do apologize, and I imagine I can probably get it going the following day nonetheless. Yeah, anyways, we'll catch up soon. Stay happy, take care, and until next time, thank you again for those who came along for the stream. But yeah, so Mondays and Fridays, I'll absolutely try to do 12:30 New Zealand time to about close to this time, if not earlier, depending on what I need to do for the day. But that will be Mondays and Fridays, at least at the very minimum. And I think moving forward, I will also work to figure out something between the Tuesdays to the Thursdays where I can at least do some form of gaming, because I miss gaming on stream with you guys. So I definitely need to fit that into the mix of things again as well. Well, no, thank you again, everyone. Do appreciate it. I know that you just hopped in as well, Komotoki. So I do apologize, but I do want to say thank you very much for coming along as well. So absolutely thank you for that, Master Fujin. Thank you for your company as well. The stretches, the hydrates as you do. K Guts and Luna Trial, it was great to see the both of you again. So hopefully you're both doing great. Wanda Live and Triflosen. Thank you both for keeping me company with the conversations to survive the working day. But yeah, absolutely. Stay epic. Take care. We'll catch up soon. Let's see. Is there anybody I should?
Young man, I came here to thank you, and also to discuss your question from earlier. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight,
No, you know, actually no. I'll probably head off for now. I'll probably save the raid down the line for another chance, another time. But yeah, thank you again. Appreciate it, and we'll see you guys around. Definitely on the Friday, but Tuesday to Wednesday, Tuesday to Thursday, we'll figure it out a little bit. So thank you again.
there are stories about
And
every
yeah, see you guys around.
how they became great. Most have one thing in common.